Alrighty,
Paused.
we're started already.
We need like a red light on the wall or
Oh,
something.
I thought there usually was.
So the mics will tell you that you're not muted.
Okay,
So we're live, Jerome?
Yeah.
Perfect.
okay. All right. Sounds good. I will then call the meeting to order at 5 PM. And then we don't have anyone here to address the board.
We do not.
Okay. With that, we will then convene to close session at 5 PM. All right. So if I need to. Was that to open or go to close session?
We're
A little bit of both. I think I was supposed to.
good.
And then I think you're. All right.
I was just like, I just was thinking for what I said.
So, welcome, everyone. We are going to reconvene to our regular session at 6:16. And first off is the flag salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I think I neglected to say that tonight's board meeting is being recorded, so I'll say that now. And then first off, we have our Board of Trustees report. Trustee Bacall, you want to start?
Sure. So I just want to highlight a few items that are upcoming. So on November 30th, Trustee Posse and I, along with Superintendent DeGara and cabinet members, will take a field trip to Carmel High School. We're going to meet with Sequoia Union High School district leaders, and I'm hopeful that we'll be meeting with some Carmel teachers and students as well, and be able to visit some classrooms. In particular, I'm really looking forward to seeing the classrooms to better understand the expectations that our high school district will have for our students that move on from our schools. And specifically in core subjects, as well as world languages and electives, really ensuring that our students are well prepared for high school and beyond is something that we've talked about in our retreat. And we've identified as a priority for our governing board. So I think this field trip is also going to occur at a great time because we're having our 2x2 meeting with Sequoia trustees on December 9th. And so I'm really sure we're going to have a lot to discuss. Finally, I just want to mention that Sandpiper Middle School students completed their Genius Hour session for this fall. And there are some really interesting projects. They were on subjects ranging from book writing to movie script writing and making a movie, animation, the Lincoln Douglas debate. So there's really a wide variety. And these, as you know, Genius Hour projects are basically passion projects for students to follow whatever they wish to pursue. So I'm hoping that when Principal Higgins joins us, I think at our next board meeting, and she presents for Sandpiper School, that we might hear a little bit more about Genius Hour. And I'm also looking forward to hearing Principal Amsler tonight with Redwood Shores Elementary. So.
Thank you, Trustee Bacall. How about Trustee Howard?
I think the major thing I want to comment on is my gratitude towards Safeway, Dan, and Rui and all the volunteers that made the vaccination clinic happen last week. We got over 500 children vaccinated that day with a follow-up clinic to be arranged on December 2nd. And it really was encouraging to see that many children move in the direction of protection against COVID. I really want to encourage folks that are unvaccinated to get vaccinated. Although those slots at that clinic may be full, there's always MyTurn.gov, Walgreens and CVS that have a multitude of appointments available, and it really is just a free thing that you can do to prevent yourself from getting extremely ill. We will also mention that it is extremely rare for us to see a child and or adults present with a complication from vaccines. Occasionally we've seen things like myocarditis, but those, at least in the pediatric range have been teenagers, and it's a short-lived phenomenon. But it's unfortunately getting increasingly common again for us to see complications secondary to COVID, either whether it's the pneumonia or MIS-C, and then the story is always the same. An unvaccinated family member gives an unvaccinated kid the disease, and that has ranged from infants to teens in my experience. Of course, these things ebb and flow with surges, but as we get towards the winter months, we're more likely to form aerosols than we are droplets. The aerosols are the big problem, a hard thing to deal with. And people move indoors even though it's colder or because it's colder. So just be careful out there, protect yourself as best you can. And the best way we know to get out of this is to vaccinate yourself and prepare yourself to fight off the disease.
Thank you, Trustee Howard. Trustee Posse?
I'd like to add on to what Trustee Howard was just mentioning. My sixth grader was actually one of the students who got to take advantage of the vaccination clinic on the 11th. And I would actually like to really commend the district for really being proactive throughout this last couple of years, and proactive and forward thinking about what our community needs are. I was thinking about that day when I was waiting with my son for the 30 minutes after he got his shot, because I had a number of parents. I think the clinic filled up in the first day or two, because I had a number of parents texting me saying, is the district going to do another one? How else can we get in? And the San Mateo County office sent out an email a couple of days after us about other opportunities. But to me, the takeaway was we have continuously thought about our clinic, our community and opportunities. And as I was thinking about that, I remembered how a year ago, approximately, or maybe a little bit more than that, we were thinking about how can we go back to school and be in the best experience possible for our kids. And our district launched an educational series of seminars that then the San Mateo County Office of Ed took on and did a wonderful job of continuing that education. But it reminded me of all the different things that we have done to be really proactive and think about how can we best serve our kids, our students, and our staff, and just our community at large. And so just wanted to do a shout out to the staff and the district.
Yeah.
Thanks, Trustee Posse. I totally agree with that, because I had a chance to do the testing at Railroad Shores Elementary, and that was very convenient, quick. I mean, it was fast results. So, we're doing a lot for our community.
Yeah.
And then Vice President Weinbach.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo those thoughts about the vaccination and testing as well. I'm thrilled that we can get our younger children vaccinated now, and also very proud of the work the district is doing at all levels of staff to make sure that we're making our staff, our children, and extending to the families as safe as possible in these times. And I think the results of the low numbers of our students really goes to show that hard effort paying off. Also, at the last San Mateo County Committee on School District Organization meeting, I was nominated and elected to serve in the Area 2 or District 2 role, which is Supervisor Carol Groom's district for San Mateo County. And I'll be starting that this December and serving on a committee, of course, in that capacity to help with matters related to school district boundaries. And another event that I'm going to, that's coming up in a couple of weeks, is going to be the California School Board Association Annual Educational Conference. And that's always a great time to learn best practices, especially they took a pause in-person conference last year due to pandemic, but it's going to be in person this year. So I'm looking forward to meeting other board members from this region and around the state to learn their experiences, and also attend a lot of seminars to learn best practices. And at the next meeting, I'll bring back what I learned from those. So. And I'll be glad to attend it with Superintendent Gara and President Coop. And that's all I have.
Okay. Thanks, Vice President Meinbach. As for myself, I had a chance to go to 2 brown bags, one at Ralston and Central, and it's been a while since I had a chance to visit the school, so it was great to stop by. It's always interesting that there are definitely different cultures, and as each of the schools comes to present their update, we'll get a deeper dive into those different cultures. But there are, some common themes, and I think the thing I took away was the excitement of everyone being back into in-person school. That was definitely there, and an appreciation of the strong leadership of the administrators, but also a feeling of exhaustion. So it has been a lot. And I think the 4-day weekend helped to give people a little bit of that break that they really needed. And then I did attend the Ralston Middle School Parent Ed Night on nurturing digitally resilient young people in uncertain times. It's a very long title, but I found it to be very helpful because oftentimes as parents, we're not familiar with the latest social media tools and crazes that are out there. And they really talk through what those were and the pressures that our tweens and teens experience. So it was recorded, and I highly recommend that people watch it if they didn't get a chance to see it. They also listed a bunch of different podcasts where you could go deeper into it. So I'm slowly making it through some of those podcasts. But it dives deeper into each of those social media tools and actually has teenagers talking about it. And then it was great going to the school force meeting. We had a district finance update, so thank you to CBO Bell and Superintendent DeGuara. The ECC was successful. It's finished, and it was a lot of celebrating there. A lot of the money is still to come because there's a lot of matching grants and those take a while to come in. There was some discussion about stock donations. So for those of you who aren't aware, you can donate appreciated stock to School Force, but there's not that many people who do that. So there's kind of an opportunity to do more education about the tax benefits of stock donations. And right now, Reading Power is off and running. And there was a lot of hard work behind the scenes to make the Reading Power better this year in terms of how to track donations and also make your own donation website. So there were a lot of lessons learned from last year, and they really put it together to make it simpler this year. So really encouraging everyone to donate online where possible, reduce some of that manual paperwork with checks and cash. And I'm looking forward to seeing all the Reading Power balloons fill up with stickers because that'll be really fun. And lastly, I also want to recognize CBO Bao and Superintendent DeGuara for doing all the district finance updates at the different PTA meetings. So I had a chance to stop by the Sandpiper and Fox PTA meetings, and it was great that the parents were super engaged. Like I was amazed how many questions that they had, very thoughtful, and they were ready to roll up their sleeves and start volunteering. It's like, what can we do to make this happen? So very excited to see that engagement. And that's my update. Great. Next, we have the superintendent's report.
Super. Well, thank you. And I always jot down my notes and then you guys borrow them from me. So I'll go ahead and start just piggybacking on what you said, President Koo, with the budget outlook updates. We've so far reached out to 6 different PTAs. Ralston is tomorrow morning. And it's really been a pleasure talking about budget with our community, helping share the complicated nature of the budget in California. And we are doing this in service of one, education, but also to let people know that we're looking to place a parcel tax on the June 2022 ballot, more work that we'll be doing as a board. But also to educate folks, to let them know that in California, education, to have schools to the caliber that we have, that we're used to, it takes a combination of not only state funding, but local funding. So the fundraising that School Force does through Reading Power, through ECC donations, that all goes really far. We're talking between parcel tax and School Force of approximately $5.5 million. And that is a significant portion of our budget. So making sure that our community understands that local support is extremely important because we have a great thing happening in our schools. And that's really what we want to continue. So look forward to continuing to share that, reaching out to community groups, homeowners associations, really anybody we can reach out to share more information with. I'll piggyback next on what many of you shared about the vaccine clinic. It shouldn't have been fun seeing all these little kiddos get shots, but it actually was fantastic to see it. Yeah, we had over 500 vaccinations that day. In San Mateo County, I was just on a call today, age 5 to 11, they're at 20.5% having received their first shot. So that's pretty good given a lot of the big agencies and healthcares are still up and coming. So in my email tomorrow that goes out to families, I'll be sharing other opportunities through the county. For ages 12 to 15, we're only at 81.1% fully vaccinated. So there's still room to grow. We want to encourage age 12 to 15 to get out and get vaccinated. And building on what Trustee Howard shared is the cases that we are seeing in our schools are not coming from transmission in our schools. They're coming from contacts with family members, with parents, oftentimes with older siblings. So that vaccination really helps, and it helps mitigate. It doesn't necessarily eliminate, but it keeps our kiddos and individuals out of the hospital with serious implications. So get out and get vaccinated. And I think I'll leave it at that now.
Thank you, Superintendent DeBar. Next, we have the approval of the agenda and consent agenda.
We skipped-
Oh, yeah, wait, 9. Sorry about that.
Speakers wishing to address.
Speaker is wishing to address the board. So to submit a question or comment, please complete the speaker card by the start of the board meeting. And then during the meeting, speakers will be called upon to make their comment. So if you are addressing the board on a non-agenda item, please be aware that the provisions of the Brown Act prohibit the board from acting or discussing such matters at this meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person.
So we have Rosemary Lake. Speak.
I have these photos of,
You could just hand them to Kirsten and she'll.
okay.
Yes, thank you.
My name is Rosemary Lake. I live across the street.
Excuse me, Miss, like, you can
Yeah.
stand it up podium here. Thank you.
I live across the street in Belmont-Redwood, where the development of 21 homes built about 40 years ago. I would like to talk about 5 large trees that are dead or dying and a large debris path of Fox School property adjacent to the pine trees along that entire Fox fence. There, the furthest from the school. There is a wide path along the entire Fox fence, about 20 to 30 feet wide, that lets up to Belmont-Wood's property. The thick pine debris and other debris are a serious fire danger on this path and used to be kept under control, but now it becomes a problem. That's my. And San Mateo County Fire Marshal Melinda Martin recently did an on-site inspection of this area between the Fox fence and Belmont-Wood's property and noted necessary removal of 4 dead pine trees on the western slope near the Fox School property line. Estimated cost of removal of 4 trees in 1 day is approximately $5,800. Kevin Allen of Commercial Trees said the trees would be dead in the next 5 years, Again, to be removed now at a cost of $2,500 per tree as ideal costs involved. Okay? And then one other little thing, and I'll be out of here. This is concerning the Belmont-Redwood private lawns used by Fox School parents and students for access to crossing guards at the corner of Hallmark and Ralston, rather than using designated sidewalks. I'll just read you some of the issues we have. Parents do not read or ignore no trespassing signs on the private lawns or do not explain to their children what the signs mean. We tried for several years to work with Principal Pappas on this issue, but he said it was not appropriate. Our lawn area by the corner of Hallmark and Ralston has been destroyed. Children leave food and associated packaging materials on the lawns. Parents, students are confrontational if asked to please use the sidewalk. Students climb trees and have broken some tree branches, which becomes our liability. Children leave clothing, paper, and other items on the lawns. These items are school-related issues and not items blown in there from traffic to Ralston. Some children walk the entire length of the back Fox fencing and down into our private home areas to get to the Hallmark sidewalk further down. Parents have driven into our private development to pick up children. Our private lawns are not areas for students to complete homework assignments. It would be nice if children and parents had umbrellas and raincoats on rainy days so they wouldn't have to use our private lawns or trees for shelter. We actually had a Fox parent come in with children and had a party on our private lawns. We look forward to working with the Fox School District to solve some of these issues. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lake. On behalf of the board, I just want to say thank you for bringing this to our attention. CBO Bao and I will take a look at those trees and determine next steps and share information.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
There's a copy of this.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
And then are there any other speakers?
That is it.
Okay. Thank you. And then now we'll move to the approval of the agenda and consent agenda.
President Crew, there was one adjustment on the board, the minutes from our last meeting. We want to clarify one of the statements actually that you shared regarding ethnic studies model curriculum being for grades 9 to 12, but serving as a reference document for all grades in all schools. So we'll make that clarification.
Okay, great. And then I think there was also a request to change the order of the agenda.
Yes, if we can do item, let's see where.
17.
17 after item 12, that would be great. 16 and 17.
Oh,
Sorry,
16 and
16 and then 17 after 12.
Okay.
They're tandem items.
So
Okay.
I move to approve the agenda and consent agenda with the suggested edits to the board minutes.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote is unanimous.
Yep. All right. And with that, we will go to item 11, which is school spotlight, Redwood Shores Elementary School.
Great. This evening, we'd like to welcome Principal Carrie Amsler to share about Redwood Shores Elementary School today.
Thank you. All right. Hi, guys. It's good to be here. This is my first standing up presentation in quite some time. So I told my family this morning, I said, you know, I don't know if anyone's going to come, like any teachers or any community members. And my family said, Mom, we can go. We'll be there. And my daughters were like, well, we have soccer, so we can't go, Mom. So they are at soccer and I am here. And it's my pleasure to speak with all of you. But if you know me, you know that I am relatively casual and informal. So feel free to listen and you can ask me questions and I will do my best to address those. And it's a pleasure and an honor to speak on behalf of Redwood Shores Elementary School. I also want to make sure that if you can hear me through my mask. So if you can't hear me, just let me know. I am also a fast talker. All right, so here we go. When I begin talking about our school community with our stakeholder groups, I always try to remember to hold the students in the center of the conversation, whether that be in an IEP meeting, a parent education night, a staff meeting, whatever. So I want to start with a quick kickoff with a video of some of our students, because they help to keep me grounded every day and they keep me remembering why I do this work. Because like the teachers, sometimes I do feel tired myself, right? So the kids are great and they keep us going. So this is a quick video. It's 2 minutes long. In honor of Latinx Heritage Month, our first grade teachers did a study of Frida Kahlo and learned about her background and her history. So we asked the students some questions. Hopefully you can hear them. I am also a big fan of lunch duty because I do a lot of lunch duty. So if you listen to the last guy, Julian, his comments about lunch duty make me laugh. So let's take a moment and watch this video if you don't mind.
So why do you like art? Art is fun because it takes some fun. It's very creative.
Chloe, what did you learn about Frida Kahlo?
We learned that she had polio.
Caitlin, why do you like art?
Because I want to work.
Kara, why is art important?
Because art is kind of like when you look up. I like to school. And like do other things.
Sammy, why do you like art? What do you like about first grade?
I like that first grade has pretty choice.
What do you like about art?
That I can get how I want.
Why do you like art?
Because I can get how I want it and it's fun.
Why do you like first grade?
Because you can learn.
Julian, why do you want?
It's just
It's hard to hear him, but he talks about how it's really hard to make your lunch in the morning. So you can just go to the store and buy Lunchables, and then you can bring them to school and have them with your friends. So that, and when I think about being home for so long, it was so great for me as a parent because I didn't have to pack lunches. But the idea of being back to school and being in community together to share food together, of course, safe and at a distance and outside, it's on kids' minds. It's something important to them. And it's a part of our being back at school experience that we've had to navigate as administrators, staff members, and children. So it's been fun to be back, and it's been fun to share with the kids in a variety of different forms. So that is a little bit, I'm sorry, it was a little hard to hear with our kids in their masks. This is a general overview of what I'm going to share with you tonight. I wanted to share some things that make Redwood Shores Elementary special. This is my 4th year as principal, and I could go on and on. Before I begin talking a little bit about the programs, I do want to make sure that I acknowledge that the school is the school because of the children, the families, and the staff. So the staff are a really phenomenal bunch, and I am very, very grateful for all of the stakeholders because many of my days is just watching the different people do great things. So, so it's a pleasure to represent them here and to have tremendous gratitude for them and for their work. All right, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our programming. One thing that makes our school unique, you can go ahead and move it along to the next one, is our preschool. So we are the only school in the district that has a preschool for children with special needs. It's something that makes our campus special and awesome. We have over 20 students in our preschool. Miss Goldman works a lot with me from special programs. And we have a really beautiful environment for our young people to learn and grow at a very, very small age. The staff are about 11 teachers, specialists from occupational therapist, psychologist, behaviorist, speech and language pathologist, adaptive PE teacher, many, many specialists in the world of special ed. One such Roman specialist is Juliana Shu, our occupational therapist. She is a phenomenal expert in her field, and she has a really cool OT gym with lots of like jumpy, cool sensory supports. So if you ever need a movement break, you can go there. Great play structure, great circle time. Circle time is a joy. Letters, sounds, and lots of discussion about the weather. So preschool, it's a great opportunity. Other really fun thing was picture day when our preschool students posed for pictures with their like little bow ties. Some of them are in a wheelchair. Some of them needs additional support, and getting to see them pose for their pictures was one of those moments that made me proud. Okay, so that is our preschool. Those of you that know me know that I have a passion and an interest and a background in social emotional learning. So I came to my leadership position with a real dedication and commitment to valuing not only the cognitive academic development of our students, but also the social emotional intelligence. So I have been consistent on that since day one as a leader, and it's something, of course, our district is in great alignment with me on that as well. With the use of the SABRS universal screener that Ching-Pei knows I was really, really supportive of getting, we were able to dig deep into that data, that screener, and look at the 14% of our students that are at some risk of needing help. From there, I was able to dig into that data and look exactly at what makes them at some risk and develop a school goal, which I don't have my eyeglasses on, but I think it has something to do with cooperation, independence, and engagement. So those are the three areas that our staff are going to be looking at. I'm evaluating about 12 of our certificated teachers, and with each of our teachers, I am exploring and discussing with them those three components. What does it mean for them to engage their students with an anticipatory set for the lesson? What does it mean for them to work independently? And how do we challenge them in small group differentiated instruction? Okay, so that bodes both for academics, but for social emotional as well, because as we know, the mathematical practices, for example, are all about collaboration, communication, and critical thinking, right? And that goes across whether it's in the math class or on the Foursquare court. I am currently having some burbles on our Foursquare court because people think the Foursquare court is like, I don't know, the NBA finals or something. So we're working on Foursquare, but there's like ups and downs in Foursquare. So that is our school counselor. She's helping us with the School Force mini grant with flexible seating there to have art and activities to maybe give a break from Foursquare. So some kids can do some other activities that are perhaps a little less competitive in nature with our really new and fun school counselor. Okay. Thank you. All right. Next up, we have started a collaboration with Stanford University with the help of Ching-Pei, her tip and suggestion. And our 4th and 5th grade educators are working on a program called Claves. Something I've been trying to build for our teachers is more support and professional development about doing small group targeted instruction within the instructional day, and not just sending a student out, but really working on our instructional practice within the minutes of the day. So Claves is an opportunity to explore that and give them some research-based structured through the fancy Stanford University. It looks good too. So Claves is rooted to help students who are multilingual develop their critical thinking and academic language, as well as their comprehension. But it can be used for all students. So it is good instruction for those students that are having difficulty accessing grade level text and comprehending that text. So right now we are in a cohort B of this Claves program, which means that we are not yet implementing the curriculum. They are coming to our site. They are collecting data, watching our teachers teach, and providing the professional development to the teachers. Then next year, we'll begin putting the curriculum into place. And that will happen within the classroom setting in a small group, reading group process, okay? So that is a little bit of a tip on Claves. Okay? Okay, another school goal I wanted to share with you guys is something related to our SIPSA and our school plan for student achievement. Those of you that have seen my plans in the past, typically I have an instructional goal that focuses on all of our students because I am a big fan of MTSS. I'm a big fan of making sure that all of our students grow. Now in my 4th year, as I've mentioned, with some of my hope for some targeted instruction, I've isolated our goal to the 20% of our students that are not yet meeting standards in mathematics, okay? We have a wonderful percentage of 80% that are based on our assessments. It's wonderful, okay? And I want us to really focus on that 20%. I'm ready to do that as a principal, and I think our staff are ready as well. And it doesn't mean we're gonna forget about any student. All students are important, but I want us to really analyze that subgroup, okay? So with that being said, I also want us to look at our measures of how we measure success. I don't want it necessarily to just be our standardized test scores that help us measure success. So we're looking at classroom-based measurements. One of our staff is doing a alternative evaluation plan where she is piloting math interviews with a mathematics guru named Marilyn Burns. And we're looking at doing some more intense analysis on what children think when they engage in mathematical problem solving, okay? So the end goal is that we want to try to decrease 20% down so we have more kids meeting and exceeding standards in various different measurements, okay? And you see math games there because my instructional leadership team, I'm not doing this alone, I have a great team of staff, and they have committed as a staff that we are going to put some sub time and release time to ensure that every classroom has the concrete takeaway of at least 3 new math games photocopied, ready to implement K-5. So it's sort of tangible that we can hold on to because we're really trying to push a little bit more around our mathematical play and mathematical thinking, okay? All right, next slide. Last thing, and then I'll wrap up here. This is another thing I brought to our school, which is called the Mosaic Project. Mosaic Project is a nonprofit organization based in Oakland, and I was connected with them when I was a young professional just starting out in the field. My daughters have attended their outdoor education school when they were in 5th grade. I have been there many times myself. This organization has a really wonderful mission and vision about bringing more peace to the world. It's pretty simple, but what they say is they teach conflict resolution by bringing people of diverse backgrounds together to play, explore, create, build, and work together, problem solve, okay? It's complicated. They do a lot of work. They work with private industries like the Gap, and they contract and they come in and do work. They work with 4th graders. They work with young people. They work with parents. But the general idea is they are now, for our staff, working with our teachers. So I've contracted with them to do professional development with our teachers so that they can begin to learn how to effectively resolve conflict. Oftentimes, some of my colleagues, we love this field, but we might be a little adverse to conflict. So we're working on how do we use I statements as adults so that we can then teach our students how to use all I statements, conflict, talk about different opinions, resolve them, and problem solve. So that is, and it's also tangible because what we learn as adults, we can then implement it with our students the very next day in the classroom. So we've done 2 of those trainings and we have 2 more this year. And we may continue the collaboration with Mosaic Project moving forward because they have tons of different professional development. So that, I think, oh, yeah. And then the last one is just this really amazing picture of this, my favorite Halloween costume in the upper right corner. This young kindergartner came dressed up like Redwood Shores neighborhood. It might be hard to see, but she's got like the traffic light homemade, all homemade. then the Redwood Shores Parkway street sign. And then if you saw behind him, he has a stop sign and then another like Shearwater or something up here. I mean, he was so proud and it was like my favorite costume. So that's why we do our work, to help kids be creative, to build, to work with their families, and to have some fun with the staff. So that's Redwood Shores Elementary. And now I can take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have questions?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Really, really enjoyed seeing that. And I just want to make mention that a couple of us had gone to a brown bag at Redwood Shores Elementary, met with teachers and staff. And I just want to share, I'm sure you hear this directly from them, but they had a lot of enthusiasm for the initiatives that you've implemented at Redwood Shores Elementary, some of which you've talked about here tonight. So just want to share that in public, that I think that you're doing really good work and that's being appreciated all around. So start with that.
Thank you.
In the presentation, you had mentioned about SEL. And I'm just curious in terms of the transition back to in-person schooling, how has that gone for, different age levels? Sometimes the younger kids have an easier time than the old, except on Foursquare. But could you give us a sense of how that's going, and do you see any ongoing challenges?
Yeah, I think it's actually going better than I thought. I was ready for children to have extremely strong emotions. So I was pleasantly surprised. I think many of our children were so thrilled to be back and had a deep sense of like sort of no longer take it for granted that they were back in school. So that was sort of my one big takeaway. The other component that we have to grapple with is that they are a part of a group. So we talk about what is the group plan, right? And you may have a plan, but it might not be exactly the group plan. So sometimes we have to follow the group plan and be flexible, right? So that is something we noticed. Typical for many children, but in particular after the pandemic, many of our children had to be reminded of what the group plan was, okay? The other thing I noticed with our 4th and 5th graders and with my 8th graders at home is that there's a feeling of like, this is just my anecdotal experience, but I think children were pretty overstimulated on the screens because they were flipping between YouTube, Google Classroom, Nearpod, this and this and this. And so all of a sudden they got to class and then they had to just sit there. And the teacher was not flipping through screens. So I think there was a little bit of a stamina adjustment where it was like, school is not going to be a roller coaster every day. Like you just kind of have to calm yourself in the environment and settle in. So sometimes kids tried to make drama where there wasn't really any need. We just needed to kind of chill. So those are some things I've noticed.
Great, that's really helpful. And then I just had one other question, not about the presentation, but I know that coming up in the next month or so, 5th graders will be making a big decision about which of the middle schools they want to choose.
Yep.
Is that process, are you getting a lot of questions about that? Has it been smooth? Is there any support you need in terms of that process?
Thank you. It's pretty smooth. Sometimes I get a lot of questions. This year, not too many questions. I think because people feel really good about all 3 options. The majority of our students at Redwood Shores do head up to Ralston. So there's a lot of talk about riding the bus in COVID and also the pros and cons of kids getting up so early to ride the bus. So I share a little bit about that because my own daughters get up so early because their mom is an educator. So we talk a little bit about what that means to ride the bus. So that is like one of our big talking points. The other big talking point is the workload increase at Ralston and what does it mean to prepare 5th graders? In my professional opinion, my brother, who's an educator, told me too, like, we get so worried about preparing kids that sometimes we lose out on the present moment of just being in that grade level. And so I try to find that balance of What are we racing for? Let's enjoy fifth grade. Let's prepare our fifth graders for sixth grade, but let's not always live our life that like in January, we got to start pushing to get ready for the next grade. So if our students needed it, I assure you we would be pushing, and we are pushing, but we're trying not to cause undue anxiety or stress because our students are prepared for Ralston. The first 6 weeks are a little bumpy sometimes, but they get there and the Ralston staff support them.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes, Jim, sorry.
So I was lucky enough to go to the Brown Bag at Redwood Shores as well, and the staff is hilarious.
I guess that's one way of putting it.
But then the other thing I wanted to comment on is how much they respect and adore you. They repeatedly in multiple different groups said the same thing, how much they appreciated your leadership. So I want to thank you for that because they clearly look to you for support. With the three different initiatives that you have going, where do you find time to insert those and develop them within the current curriculum? And what are the challenges for implementing programs like that?
Good question. One of the things that I've noticed has remained constant through all of these initiatives and the different curriculum we have, and I talked to Dan and Ching-Pei just about this the other day, is this idea of inquiry, right? So how do we help our students become better critical thinkers? So Sam Piper and Ms. Higgins at Gloria and I talk about depths of knowledge, and that is one way of looking at it. Depths of knowledge can be a little bit complicated. So one, which is awesome, and I geek out on that thing, but one thing I kind of go back to is the common denominator, or what questions are staff asking their students, and what types of questions will make for better learning overall for our children. So that goes across reading, writing, and mathematics, and our social interactions. So that's a common thing I discuss with all of these different woven initiatives, okay? It's also rooted in writer's workshop and mathematics workshop, in STEM. So these are all things that have been in the past in Belmont's strategic plan with growth mindset. A lot of this all gets into inquiry. So that is something I consider as I leave the school. Anything else you want me to add to that, Jim?
No, that was
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Eimsler, thank you so much for coming today. I wanted to ask a quick question about the math. I think I heard you say that you're focused on all grades, K through 5, but on the chart, it showed 3 through 5. So I just wanted to double check my understanding.
That is because that chart, Ching-Pei kindly gave it to me. That is because that is the CAST standardized test results. So I mentioned that in terms of, it was a little hold for me to remind us that there's different measures in which we measure a child's skill level and intelligence. And so that is one important measure, and I do utilize that, but our K2 does not do that standardized test. So we are utilizing something we have called MobyMax, and we're using our math coach to help us dig deeper into understanding our mathematical gaps. That's where the math interviews with Marilyn Burns come in, to really hear kids talk math, so that we do that in reading, and we do it in writing, and we do it in math, but we haven't adopted an assessment tool to really dig into the math interview. So that is sort of one of my pet projects.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I forgot I have one more. One of the other things that we noticed about the staff at your site is that several of them are interested in teacher leadership. And so from your perspective, how do we create that space for those kind of people to move forward as teacher leaders and explore the possibility of developing programs themselves?
Great question. This is something Dan asks me as supervisor. I like to do a lot of things, right? And so then I have to remind myself that I have to let other people do things. So for example, I've scheduled on December 8th to have our math coach come and help us do some Moby Max math intervention assessments. And I really want to do this. And then I said to myself, no, Carrie, you have to ask a teacher to do it, right? So you have to give her a sub day, and she's interested in Moby Max. So I'm going to ask her to build this capacity, right? So I need to step back and let her lead that component. Because I asked her last spring, are you ready to help me with math? And she said, yes, I'm ready, Carrie. So we've been working together, right? So I have to step back and let her step in. Sometimes it goes well and sometimes it doesn't go well, because like if I did it, I'm like, oh, it goes great. But I need to step back on the 4-square court and let other teachers manage 4-square. So these are things we work on, right? And as I become a more seasoned leader and professional, I'm learning how to let people lead and when to step back. But sometimes people make some mistakes, so including me, but we have to kind of help them. The other component there is our teachers really like to do really good work. So I'm trying to help build capacity where just doing some is like starting somewhere. It doesn't have to be huge. It can just be small. So I'm trying to build capacity with knowing that small steps are equally important as big steps. It's hard to build leadership capacity, I will tell you, because I feel that the staff are very busy and very overwhelmed. So if I push them too much, I'm afraid they're going to like quit on me, you know? So I'm just trying to find that balance, and I appreciate you bringing it up. I want there to be more opportunities for leadership, and I'm trying to figure out ways to make it happen.
Thanks, Gary.
Yep. Thank you.
First of all, thank you for coming,
No problem.
presenting to us. I was very impressed with the presentation, especially how, your role is, of course, to get the kids educated and to the next level. But I noticed how, like, you wouldn't focus on everyone. You focus on individual needs. Like, well, some kids need more work here, more work there, and you have all these programs and building things up. I was especially pleased to hear about the social emotional learning programs you have. And I'm wondering, through all these programs you have, do you feel like, do you have the right resources and the time and to do all these programs you want, or is the structure of the district flexible enough to let you do these programs where you need to, or is there something the district could do to help you even expand more on these specialized programs?
Great question. I like to try to give like a detail or an example when I respond to these questions. So one of my teachers in charge, she helps me to get some tasks done because it's hard to fulfill the time. So Dan knows this, so he's heard me say this, Superintendent Barr, excuse me. But I would love to have some support for some district-wide art. That is something, this is an example, and I'm working on it. So my teacher in charge is helping me. We're trying to get an art teacher. We're trying to work with LEAP, and we're working hard on it. The district helps with music. They help with school counselor. There is no disrespect, like we're doing a lot, right? So we're just trying to figure out what's in my wheelhouse as principal and where do I need district support. So the district has helped me in so many ways, reading specialist, so there's no ill will there. It's just something I'm noticing right now, because what ends up happening is I'm a really direct servant. I spend a lot of my time on the blacktop. And so making the phone calls, and I wish I had people to help me. I'd have to ask people to help me. But that is an example, right? I think the district does a great job providing me resources. Talk to Ching Pei. Sometimes it takes a long time to get things like in the hands of the teachers, but they get there. And I feel really supported. And I feel like I'm in line with the district initiatives. And so I feel really good about it. I just work a lot. We all work a lot.
Yeah,
So
especially last year.
It's a lot, but I do take a vacation, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
I think you're doing a fantastic job.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Principal Williams. I was very impressed with all the initiatives, and it's kind of great to see the little innovations that are happening in the school and trying different things out. I guess in your mind, do you see this as spreading as a best practice to some of the other schools? And are you kind of sharing with other principals whether this might apply?
Yeah, I think, I shared with you all the really great things, right? So I need help with the community. I really want to revitalize our parent base, our parent community base. So if someone were to ask me, like, where do we need to improve? That's where I need to improve. I'm a little bit more introverted in nature. So I need to really think about how do we build our community back after the pandemic. We're 10-year-old, 12-year-old schools. So we had a lot of founding parents that were really excited. Then we've had four different PTA presidents, all amazing. And now I'm in my 4th year and I like things to be just so. So I'm learning how to build capacity in my PTA, but also we need help. So we need parents to help us. We can't run the school without the parents and the guardians and the significant others. So that is an area of improvement. So I do think about sharing. I do share what we do with the other schools, but like today I had a half-an-hour conversation with 4 principals on Zoom. I was asking them about social events on campus with COVID. I asked them about homework. I asked them about how to spend our money for our SIPSA goals. So we're talking a lot. I really feel in the last 4 years, the principals have grown in our collaboration together. And we just went out for drinks we like to, sorry. But we like to be together, which is a really positive thing. So that is a testament to this board and to the district office, so.
Great. Yeah, and I really love the fact that you're focusing on the teachers in terms of the Mosaic project, because I had heard about it a few years ago because a friend of mine's on the board, but they were really focused on the outdoor ed at the time, and I guess they've really expanded. But I think it makes sense because when you train up the adults, then they can kind of pass on those lessons to the kids.
Yep.
So I hope that the teachers are feeling great about learning these new skills. I don't know what feedback they've given to you thus far on the program.
I think they like it, but they know it's my baby. So they may not give me a lot of constructive criticism because this is something that I think is very valuable. We have to talk about equity, race, justice, access, and communication. So they're rolling with me because they support me and I support them. So they're willing to go there with me. And if they don't love it, they're still riding the wave with me. So I appreciate them for that. So the time is now to do this type of work.
Yeah.
So it's I say to myself, like, someday when I leave this job, I want to make sure that I've put into some of this work in practice so that I can feel good that I've brought these things to the table.
I will share, as you were sharing your responses about, I think it was Trustee Howard's question about how we fit it all in and how you're blending things in. You had a really thoughtful answer and it made me think of the plate, right? The plate is always full, but you're really establishing that strong plate, right? You're establishing that foundation for which everything can grow. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and the strategic nature that you're doing it. And initiative, but that's not the case because initiatives are in their silos and you've pulled them together and interconnected them in ways that is going to be meaningful for your community, your kiddos, for your staff. And yeah, I'll just build on it. Your staff love you. They are absolutely concerned for you. You have extremely high standards for yourself and for what you do. It goes without saying thank you.
Thank you.
Fantastic work.
Thank you. I should come here more often. Thanks, you guys. You're welcome at the campus anytime. Just come. You don't have to call. Just show up. But do please leave your dog at home because we're having a lot of dogs on campus right now. So you guys are welcome.
Yeah.
Thanks, you guys.
Here, I have an ant farm that I could bring and donate to.
Thanks, you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
I gotta find my phone. I put it somewhere. So I'm gonna look around.
Glad the beeping stopped there. I was getting nervous.
Thank you, Carrie. As always, lovely to hear about Redwood Shores. Your passion is
infectious. Up next, we have with us Michelle Nafak and Laura Wentworth. They are the director and interim director of California Ed Partners.
California Education.
California Education Partners. They are our kind of overseers of our Stanford Sequoia K-12 Research Practice Partnership, and they oversee the school partnership. So I'm going to hand it over to them. They're going to talk to you about our work with them. Due credit where it's deserved. The claves was brought to us by Michelle. So
Okay.
that's how we have Redwood Shores participate.
Awesome. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Nice to see you. I'll let you introduce yourself.
Sure, I'm Michelle Nafak. I am the current director of the Stanford Sequoia K-12 Research Collaborative. I knew I recognized Carrie, and then I whispered with Ching Pei that she used to be a San Carlos mom, and I actually live in San Carlos with my family and served on the school board there from 2015 to 2019. So I've met some of you, I recognize your faces. And I commend you because I did not go through COVID on the school board and you have. But you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. Hi, I'm Laura Wentworth. I'm the director of the Research Practice Partnership Program at California Education Partners. We're an organization that generally supports continuous improvement and collaboration in education. And we, in our Research Practice Partnership Program, we staff 2 partnerships, one of which is a partnership with Stanford and San Francisco Unified. And the other, which we're going to talk about tonight, is the partnership with Sequoia Union High School District and its 8 elementary feeders, one of which is Belmont-Redwood Shores. So I'm gonna click, that works. So we're just gonna start by telling you what is a research practice partnership. A research practice partnership is when a research institution, it could be, in this case, it's a university, is working with a practice partner. And in the field of education, that's often a school or a school district, could be a state, where they are collaborating on research together. But what makes this collaboration different? First, it's long-term. So you're not going to have one project and be done. You're going to have multiple projects and it's going to go on for years. Second, you focus on specific problems of practice that are named by the practice partner. So in this case, the school districts are saying, these are our priorities. This is what we want to work on in terms of the research. Normally, research questions are thought up by the researchers. So that's unique. The idea of these partnerships is that it's mutually beneficial. So the research that's produced should be useful to the school districts, but it also should be producing generalizable research that the researchers want to produce as well. So there's specific strategies used to foster partnership. We'll talk a little bit about that. And then the idea is that it's leading to original research that generally helps support the field's understanding, not just helping to support Belmont-Redwood Shores or Sequoia Union or the practice partner. So in this case, the organizations that are involved are here on this figure. You know them well. They're your neighbors. In fact, the partnership started when the dean of the Graduate School of Education, Dan Schwartz, went to the then superintendent, Jim Leonides, and said, hey, we're doing this thing with San Francisco. Can we start a partnership with Sequoia Union? Jim said, or Superintendent Leonides said, great, but I want my 8 elementary feeders involved. And so he had a vision. So why? The why behind this was really that these are school districts that neighbor the Stanford campus. And in addition to being a good neighbor, we want to make this, this relationship productive. Second, this is really a unique opportunity to have the 9 school district act as a collaborative. So it's a time where the superintendents and the assistant superintendents can get together and say, what are our priorities as 9 districts? What are things we want to work on collaboratively together? And how can Stanford be at the table helping us do that? And generally, the school district has been the collaborative has been working and focused on problems of practice related to English learners. There's been a focus on equity as well, and a few other topics. I'm going to let Michelle talk a little bit more about how the collaborative has evolved over time.
So sorry, this is a little small, but as you can see, we're actually in our 5th year working together. And I've been lucky enough to work with Ching Pei from the beginning, which has been awesome. And I've gotten to know Superintendent Degara over the last couple of years, and that's been wonderful. And before that, I worked with Superintendent Milliken. And we've really focused since 2019-20 school year on the findings, using the findings that are coming out of the research that we're doing together to drive changes in the system. So one of the benefits of the collaborative has been connecting all of the elementary districts to the high school district in more tangible ways. So when I first started in this role 4 years ago, I used to hear the elementary districts say, we just send our kids into a black abyss and we really hope that they are doing well, and we wouldn't know. I mean, we want to create like learners of the future, but we don't really know what's happening to them. And I can see you guys nodding, so I think you probably still feel that way to some extent. And so one of the things we've done in this collaborative is we have now 12 years of data from all of your districts stored in a secure server on Stanford, which we can use for research purposes so that we can do things like track kids that started kindergarten in Belmont-Redwood Shores all the way through graduating high school at Carlmont, in your case, most likely. And we can look at them by whether there are certain types of English learner students. We can look at them by ethnic background. We can look at them by socioeconomic background, whether they are students with special needs, and we can learn about them. And we can try to figure out why are some students being successful and why are some struggling. So a lot of our work has actually driven some tangible changes in Sequoia Union High School District. Some of them that you may have heard about kind of bubbling up through the grapevine are the changes that are being made to the 9th grade math pathway, which is basically that they've eliminated a lot of the support classes in 9th grade that students who were designated as English learners were getting funneled into, and it was really preventing them from getting into advanced math classes and meeting A through G standards. So now they're all going into Algebra 1, along with any other student who's ready to take Algebra 1 in 9th grade. If you've already taken it here in 8th grade, obviously you just continue on. They've also done things there like implementing 9th grade A through G science for all. So every 9th grader is taking an A through G qualifying science class. That's a new pilot that they're doing this year. And they're trying a lot of different things related to 8th to 9th grade math course placement. And that's all tied to research findings that our collaborative has been working on for the last 4.5 years. So we're really proud of some of the kind of tangible things we've done. And one of the things that we did last year during COVID was we spent a lot of time talking together in a strategic planning process about what we wanted our shared goal to be for the next 3 years. There's been a lot of new leaders like your superintendent who've come into the mix, and we wanted to make sure everyone saw themselves in the work that we were doing. And so where we landed was that we were going to focus on trying to redesignate all of students who were labeled English learners who'd started in the district 5 years or more ago before they went to high school. And again, this was a goal that's rooted in our research, and the outcomes that we were seeing for students who are labeled long-term English learners when they get to 9th grade, they were really struggling. So a shared elementary school district focus on getting those students redesignated and not just flipping their label, but actually doing the hard work of getting them to acquire academic English and be prepared to be redesignated is something that we're going to work on. So what does it actually look like? Well, we, as Laura mentioned, we spend a lot of time co-constructing research projects between Stanford faculty and district leaders, and Laura and I we call ourselves the matchmakers. We're kind of the brokers who we come and we listen to Ching Pei and we listen to Superintendent Degara, and we hear about what your priorities are as a district. And then we say, you know what, there's someone at Stanford who we think would be a great fit to help you with this problem. And then we kind of get you together and see if you all play nice in the pool and it's going to be good. And we do that. So those projects are kind of ongoing. And we can talk more about the Belmont-Redwood short ones if you have questions. And those project teams are meeting all throughout the year. And then we also have an annual convening where we bring everyone together. This year it's going to be on February 7th at Stanford, where we discuss research together. And then we get the superintendent group and the senior leadership together twice a year to also just talk as a group about what's going on. So that's kind of some of what we do.
And just so you know who's involved, you see the two of us from California Education Partners. The Dean, Dan Schwartz, has been heavily involved. And then the one center at campus who is very involved, who pulled all the administrative data. They also share that data with the other researchers working. You know, we have 10 active projects this year. They're sharing data to the projects, and the researchers working on those projects is Amy Gerson, the executive director at the John W. Gardner Center. So we thought we'd just give Assistant Superintendent Hu the spotlight and just have her talk just a bit about some of the things that they're working on and how they've engaged.
Yeah, so we've been doing this project basically since my first year launch coming into this district, and it's been really nice to see the trajectory. We've participated in multiple different years with the English Learner Design Thinking Group. We started out with then Principal John Gabbery with the kindergarten team, where they looked at what they were doing to support their English learners, particularly looking at how do we support ELs when there are so few in the classroom, right? Your traditional research in the state of California has districts where you have 2/3 of your students are designated English learners. We have maybe one, maybe two in some of our classrooms, even though our district percentage is about 14%. That evolved into bringing all of our reading specialists in. So they got to participate for 2 years with the ELDT group to look at how they are supporting, because not only are they the reading specialists for our struggling readers, they are also our designated ELD providers at each of the schools. So they really learned how to use design thinking to fail fast, to fail forward, to redesign lessons, to look quickly at where kids are, to take data, to design their interventions, and really just kind of tweak things and change things, focusing really on forms and functions. Then last year, we were able to bring in all of our principals. It was just not a good year to be bringing teachers with COVID, but our principals got to participate and really think about what are they doing as leaders to change the trajectory and provide better systemic interventions for our language learners, so that our system dependent kiddos don't stay system dependent, so that they do have access to curriculum and show growth across the year like our non-dependent children do, right? We have kids who do really, really well every year, but we want to make sure that having the English learner label isn't predictive that you are going to be in the 20% that is not performing like Principal Answer was showing. I think in the bell curve of life, there are going to be kids every year who don't do as well. And we want to help everyone grow, but what we don't want is for that pocket to be predictably labeled with the traditional kind of nomenclature of ELs or low socioeconomic status. So that's what we're working at. So it's been wonderful to do the direct learning, but also to be able to try out different things. I mean, I joke with our principals, whenever I participate, they're my subjects. The reading specialists have been my subjects and my experiment and my learning. So we make tweaks, but that really is how we are making the systemic changes within our district to supporting principals, supporting specialists, supporting teachers to try and ultimately change the instruction for students. And of course, I mean, who doesn't love having colleagues from other districts to talk to? Like, so much of our job is one assistant superintendent in a small district. But when we get together with our 4 districts, now we have 4 people who are in similar districts with similar demographics, having similar struggles, right? Nothing's ever the same. You're dealing with different people, different personalities, but that's always nice. And then I'm also a total nerd, so I like maintaining my connection to Stanford and keeping updated on research. So it's been a really beneficial piece for me personally, and I think professionally, there's been a lot of benefit for our district in the way things are changing and moving along differently. And we see it in the trajectory of our student performance.
Okay. So if you want to keep staying connected, we are on Twitter and we have a website, and we put out quarterly newsletters that your superintendent can pass on to you. And that's it. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the time. Happy to answer questions.
Questions? I mean, I did have one question. When you look at the data and, you find different trends and stuff like that, what do you do next to dig into the why? Do you go back to students or teachers?
I think that's a really good question. So I think what I really love about the research we're doing is we have a really strong mix of quantitative studies, the data crunching, and then the qualitative studies that ask the why questions. So for instance, in the project that I mentioned about math pathways, that's a mixed method study. We simultaneously, while we were looking at data across the entire Sequoia Union High School District, the research team was shadowing students labeled as long-term English learners, interviewing teachers, interviewing principals, interviewing district office staff to try to get at not just what's happening to them, but what are the key points in their schooling that might be creating the roadblocks. And that's actually one of the reasons why they identified these support classes, because kids were taking them multiple times. There were just a lot of things that the DO didn't, Sequoia Union High School District, as you guys know, is a much larger district than Belmont-Harbor Shores. So there's more opportunity for the policy practice divide to exist, so helping them see maybe what wasn't being implemented quite the way they thought it would, and then they're making changes, which is really cool to see.
Great. You have a question? Yeah.
So Dr. Mampik, one thing that you guys talked about was a index of 5 years in the same district. And I'm curious why that's the index that you're using. Is it because of movement from district to district and changes how that particular child might receive their supports? Becomes hard to know if there's consistency, things like that. Where does that come from?
That's a good question. So the definition of long-term English learner from the state is anyone that's been designated as an English learner for 5 or more years. So the way that goal got written was really more about districts feeling accountable for students who became long-term English learners in their own system. Like if you got a student who was an English learner in 8th grade, but you didn't educate them K-8, it's harder to maybe redesignate them in a year. But if you've had that child from kindergarten through 6th grade, let's say, and they're still designated as an English learner, then that's your system's systemic impact on that student. So that's why we framed it that way.
One of the things that we really care about in this district is equity. And not only are English language learners a focus of our equity efforts, but there's also kids that are low-income kids or kids that come from foster families or other designations of children that might slip through the cracks. And so how do we take the lessons that we've learned about English language learners and moving them towards a more productive lane of educational growth and apply those to pull out those children that are seemingly in the cracks and maybe in need of more resources so that the resources are just put at them, but the resources are put at them in an effective way.
Right, answer that. So actually the project that Assistant Superintendent described.
Or
is
CP, we like that one.
Okay, all right, good. And also another project that was described tonight, Claves. Both of those are capacity building projects, right? There's research going on, but it's also building the skill and knowledge of your staff, either do an intervention or learn a new process, and then studying it, why it's happening. And I would say the design thinking process as well as Claves are designed with English learners in mind, but have been found to be beneficial for, running an empathy interview could be useful for any type of student that's struggling. Also the reading intervention Claves, that it actually is not just isolated for just English learners. So I think you're building a set of skills with those projects that are actually quite transferable. And We have another project going on that's related to COVID. That's much more of a qualitative project that I do think with your district is not just focused on English learners. It was focused on students that may have been disconnected during the COVID era and just trying to find, hey, how's it going for you? And tracking their well-being through some qualitative interviews. So I would say while we've set there's a priority for English learners and we set a goal there, a lot of the things we're doing are just about, hey, building these leaders' ability to look at their data, understand their data, and make some data informed decisions. That skill set, whether it's at your teachers or your staff, is going to be useful for that, for focusing on equity agenda as well. At least that's what we're seeing in our partnership work, that these skills wind up being really transferable.
And just,
The curb cut effect.
exactly.
It's kind of like universal design. I mean,
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, and Assistant Superintendent who, she kind of referenced it, but you just also have the entire Graduate School of Education faculty at Stanford at your disposal. So what she knows that she can just zap me an email and say, you know, I need resources about X, Y, and Z, and I'm gonna go ping whoever has that expertise to get back to her. And we started a whole leadership pilot program with a subset of our districts this year. And that is focused on training leaders to lead for equity. And that was entirely started by one superintendent in Los Alamitos who reached out to me really casually and was like, I really think we need to do this. And now we're in a pilot program this year. So that's the cool part about the collaborative being long-term is it's not a one and done. It really grows with the districts. And I think that's what we really love about
and
it.
Stanford's putting like the Graduate School of Education is putting over $500,000 a year into this partnership to build the infrastructure for it and keep incentivizing their faculty to be a part of it. And then it really holds that space for that 9-district collaborative, which I think is unique. I mean, we don't get that in San Francisco. It's like the silos are in the departments, right? But here it's the silos are among the districts. And so this is really a time where they can have some useful time, not just like a compliance meeting where you can get strategic and set some ambitious goals, but then also have the research to back up, hey, are we achieving that goal? So it's pretty exciting.
One of the other things I'm always curious about, I'm sorry, I'm taking up too much time, but when we talk about, you heard Principal Amsler talk about building back community. And when I think of English language learners, I think of the child, not just the child, but the community that supports that child. And there's the environment that we control, which is within the classroom, but the child's entire environment, not just in the classroom, but outside the classroom and amongst their familial and environmental community outside the school might affect their ability to advance as an English language learner or just in academics in general. And so how do we reach out not only within the school, but outside the school to better support that entire family unit so that not just one generation is moving along, but a multi-generational progress is made in terms of integrating into society in a successful way?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. I don't have a one sentence answer, but I guess I'll offer an example of something that I've seen in another one of your partner districts that I thought was inspired, which was, I know that Belmont-Redwood Shores doesn't have, I don't think any kids matriculating anymore through the Tinsley transfer. You still have students matriculating? Okay, you do. Okay. So there's an example of students who are, on long bus rides every single day going to most of our feeder districts. Laura mentioned the collaboration. Before this started, I didn't hear a lot about leadership in the primarily affluent districts sitting around the table with the superintendents in Ravenswood and Redwood City very often, but that's happening on a regular basis now. And it's created some really unique opportunities. One is that the superintendent in Los Alamitos partnered with the superintendent in Ravenswood to have her students who were coming during the day to be educated in Los Alamitos attend Boys and Girls Club after school programs in Ravenswood so that they would get additional academic supports, even though they weren't enrolled in Ravenswood City School District because she didn't want them away from their home community for more time by staying after school in Los Lomitas. She was trying, so to speak to your point, she was trying to figure out a way to give them more support, but have them in their own community. And they worked together to come up with this program, which they're piloting this year. So I think there are really creative ways to leverage the fact that we have all these really small districts, who can't do it all by themselves. And I've heard a lot of cool ideas coming out of just being in community together and talking about the problems.
Thank you so much for that. And also thank you for your husband for being one of our physicians for our family. Appreciate his advice as well.
No problem. I'll pass it along.
Laura, Michelle, I just want to say thank you. Part of the collaborative success is really your involvement and you know, that partnership, you think of one or two people coming together as a partnership, but I think it really takes that third lens to help the folks that are in the system and in the schools reflect on what's going on, what's working well, what's not, and have those dialogues. So thank you very much for bringing that to all of our districts, for helping us grow that. I think there's a lot of potential that's still brewing. And I know Ching Pei and I really always enjoy our time together with you and look forward to that continued collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you. The feeling's mutual.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming here to explain this to us, because I remember when this was initially getting started, and I think most of us are going, I wonder what we're getting ourselves into. I know we're signing some paperwork to get going, but you know.
Yes, data use agreements. They're very important. Yes, there are compliance and legal documents, but yeah, hopefully we can come back and keep, you know, another thing we like to do is bring the researchers along. So when your superintendent or assistant superintendent feels so compelled, like they've been involved in something, that might be another opportunity where you get to hear some of the findings.
I have to chuckle. Michelle's son and mine play in the same traveling baseball league. So we actually saw each other a few times at the baseball field.
Wow, small world.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. All right. And then the next agenda item is the swapped around.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. The former 16, which is the approval of the 2021-22 to 2022 and 23 CSEA. Yeah, CSEA agreement, right? Yeah. There you go.
Okay, before I speak on the next two items, I want to publicly thank the CSEA bargaining team for participation in what was a very collaborative and open-minded bargaining process, also very swift. It didn't take much time to get through this process this year. And I think that was due partly or mostly to the work that all of us did on both sides of the table in the last year and a half through the pandemic, in the negotiations of our MOUs and working through not just in the MOUs, but all of the issues that came about surrounding COVID and all the items that we didn't think would come up, but did. So that relationship really helped us along in this process. It's always a pleasure working with Terry Delgadillo and her team. And I'm happy to announce that although the items say pending ratification, it was actually ratified. So once it's approved tonight, it will be blessed and we can have a nice little break from negotiating. Not that I don't like it, but you know. So before you tonight in item 16, we have the financial projections required as part of the public disclosure of the collective bargaining agreement process as outlined by AB 1200. This document states the annual cost of the settlement and certifies that the district can meet the costs incurred under this agreement for the current and subsequent fiscal years as required by Government Code Section 3547.5B. Along with that are the two salary schedules. The first one for 21-22 and the next one for 22-23. With that, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve AB 1200 as well as the salary schedules.
I'll make a motion to approve AB 1200 as well as the 2021, 2022 and 22-23 CSCA salary schedules.
Okay.
All in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Aye. All right, and that vote is unanimous. And then for 17, right?
Yeah. So before you, item 17 is the tentative agreement for the Belmont-Redwood Shores School District and CSEA. The completion of the 2021-2024 successor collective bargaining agreement. The parties have tentatively agreed on changes to the 2019-2021 collective bargaining agreement to become effective. It's already been ratified to be effective by the governing board of the BRSSD and CSEA membership. Articles negotiated included hours, leaves, benefits, layoffs, contracting out duration, and compensation, which includes for 2021-2022, a 2.5 increase effective July 1st, 2021. For 21-22, a 1% one-time increase. And for 2022-2023, a 2.5 increase effective July 1st, 2022. So with that, it is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the tentative agreement between CSEA and the district dated November 3rd, 2021.
Move for approval of the tentative agreement between BRSSD and CSEA dated November 3rd, 2021.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And the vote is unanimous. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to thank you, Reese, for all the work and the negotiations. I know it's always a lot of planning and meetings and preparation. And same with the CBO Val and Superintendent Begora and facilitating that whole process.
Definitely could not have done it without my two partners.
Definitely takes a team, but CBO Bao and Director Eastburn really did the lion's share and really built those relationships, which make it that much easier. So thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, appreciate it very much. Thank you. Yay.
Okay.
All right, now we're shifting backwards.
Okay, this evening. Sorry, I had to run out and change my mask. I grabbed my daughter's by accident and sitting in my office is just fine, but I can't talk with that one on. All right, good thing we have extras in our car. I'm going to talk to you tonight about a few different things going on in our department. And I have Kristen joining us as well.
Oh, you've got it.
I got it. So we're going to start with a fall assessment data piece. Kristen's going to talk to you a little bit about Savers and our school supports. And then I'm going to just give you a quick discussion about our professional development and where we are. Okay. So we're going to look at reading data K-8, writing data K-8, and math benchmarks K-5. The 6, 7, 8, they do local assessments within the individual schools, so I don't collect that district-wide. What I put up here for you, and you can, I'm sure you've all looked at the packet already, is a comparison of fall 2021 data to fall 2020 data. Remember that in fall 2020, all assessments were done remotely as we were still in distance learning. So teachers were kind of learning the new process. In the very last column of fall 2020, we're missing the 14% in the green. That was just a copy paste error when I pulled the table in Excel. So I double checked it. But rather than print out all handouts, I thought I would just tell you the green is missing. It is 14%. So if you look at that, you will see that in the beginning of last year, 75% of our kids district-wide met or exceeded grade level standards at the beginning of the year, compared to where we are this year at 72%. We are slightly lower, and if you look at each of the columns of the blue and the green, we have more kids in the red and the yellow this fall than we did last year. One of the things that stands out, and I was hesitant to put this in, is 6, 7, 8 data, not because of what it looks like, but because I don't think it's complete data. Remember that for Fountas and Pinnell data, only one school site uses it. And when I look at the total numbers of students with data, it does not equal the total enrollment at those schools right now. So I think this is partial data. One of the things that is interesting though, is last year's 7th graders when they took the test in the fall, I think that says 5 + 8, 13% of the students were meeting or exceeding standards. When they entered 8th grade this year, they are at 45% meeting or exceeding standards. So, I mean, I think this we have to take with a grain of salt because it's one school site and it's not complete. I mean, hopefully that actually is a good trend. The other thing that I wonder about though is 8th grade tends to have better data. So is it a question about the assessment and the way it's being given? That's something we need to look more deeply into. Yeah.
Do you mind if I ask a question?
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at this graph and, you know, I understand you're going from year to year. So all the kids that were in one grade are going to be shifting up to the next. So you'd think that dip would just shift up.
But it
But
didn't.
but yeah, so is there something about 7th grade that,
Something about 7th grade.
and then from
something
5th down to
about-
6th down to 7th, and the other question I had was, if we would go back to like maybe 5 years, are we seeing a similar trend with 7th grade or middle school?
I do not know the answer to that question,
But, yeah.
partially because we haven't looked at it, partially because it has taken my entire 5 years to get us to put their data in. So this year, we have the most students with reading data in any year that I've worked here, because if you'll remember, I don't think you were sitting on the board at the time. 3 years ago, we had people up in arms in board meetings in the spring saying, why are we doing this? So I think the key takeaway to this, as we look at all the different pieces of data tonight, are that our kids are doing generally comparable to pre-pandemic levels. They are slightly lower on the assessments. And that's something that we're going to have to be paying attention to, and something our teacher leaders are already working on as we look at the data, as we look at the scope and sequence, as we look at the articulation, to plan for adjusting for instruction, not just taking units out, because if we keep doing that, we're always going to end up behind, but really being strategic about which units we teach more robustly, which ones we teach maybe a little less robustly because they already got it last year or they're going to get it again next year. Those are the kinds of decisions that we paid attention to as we adjusted for last year, knowing that if I took a particular unit out, it was okay, because in the circular curriculum, if I missed something in 2nd grade, I knew it was at the beginning of 3rd grade, I'm going to get it, no big deal. So that's the kind of detail that our teacher leaders are really going into as we work through the process. This is SRI data, which is what most of our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders take for the reading. It's a computerized Lexile. So it's a different metric. This one also, because of the way the Lexile levels are set up, is reporting out percentage meeting or exceeding end of year standards. The FNP does give you data at September, this is where you should be at, November, this is where you should be, et cetera, et cetera. SRI has an end of year cut point. So when we look at our district-wide data at the very end, we have, 80% of our kiddos are meeting or exceeding end of year benchmarks at the beginning of the year. That is incredible. So, I mean, we can see that the little red is there. This was not administered by very many teachers at all last year. So I didn't give you last year's data. It's just very messy and not a good comparison. It is what it is. Last year, everyone was just trying to keep their heads above water. When we look at our fall writing benchmark, we've talked about the fall writing. The fall writing is the units of study
It is very subjective. We have been really working hard to calibrate and learn how to score. This is against fall expectations. We are super grateful to have Talia with us because, as you all know, Talia comes directly from TCRWP and she was a staff developer. So she helped us revise our process this year for our very first scoring. So she helped us calibrate. We did a different process. Instead of scoring every paper on all of the 9 elements that are on the rubric, teachers need to do that and they're going to teach all of that. But at the beginning of the year, there are certain things we're really focusing on. So we looked at 3 key components. I have over 2,000 scores reported in the 2021 data, whereas the 2020, just after emails and emails and emails from me and principals, we only ever got up to 1,200 scores. So the difference in performance in terms of percentage meeting fall grade level expectations can be attributed potentially to the higher number of scores in there, right? Like it could be that we have more students, so this is more accurate. It could be that kids are behind in writing. This is something that we're going to keep an eye on. Even so, starting the year with nearly half of your kids at grade level, I think is on a difficult metric, is a pretty good place to be in terms of where are you as a teacher? What do you have to contend with? It does speak to, though, why teachers are feeling stressed and tired and stretched thin, because they're used to 70% of their kids coming in meeting grade level standards. So even that 1 or 2 kid difference, when we're talking 5 or 10% in a classroom of 25, is very noticeable. It feels different. Percentage-wise, maybe it doesn't look so different, but in the classroom, it feels different. This is our math benchmark data. Sorry, everything is being reported in different ways because of the way we collect the data and how the tests are. In math, each grade level has its own test. K1, 2 take the math expressions end of year test. This is the end of year expectation. And then 3, 4, 5 take the inspect, which is a standards-based computerized assessment. And all of these are graded against end of year expectations. So when we look at this, you've got kids in the blue and yellow approaching or meeting end of year expectations already. So I think it's incredible to have 48% of your kindergartners who've never done school close to end of year standards already. It feels different though, because what we're used to is 65% of our kids being at that high level. We do have incredibly well-prepared students, so I think we're going to be okay. We looked at this data. I previewed this with our teacher leaders earlier this week, and as they then went into their scope and sequence work and they reported back, they're not done. They just did a first pass, but as they were reporting back, each of the grade levels were basically saying, you know what? We're okay. We're okay keeping the academics moving along. We know we needed to slow down at the beginning. We know we needed to reteach routines. We need to teach them how to play Foursquare. We need to teach them how to stand in line. Foursquare is no joke. I'm still scarred from when I was a principal in 2010 from Foursquare. But if we just look at our data, I think there's a little bit of an interesting trend in here. If we go from 2020 to 2021, our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th graders in 2020 are 48, 57, and 38% meeting or exceeding end of year standards at the beginning of the year. Those kids matriculated into 3rd, 4th, and 5th this year. We went from 48% to meeting or exceeding in 2nd grade to 26 in 3rd grade. 27 in 3rd grade goes into 36% meeting or exceeding in 4th grade. And then our 4th graders went from 38% to in 5th grade, they are at 30%. I think what we see is our 2nd and 3rd graders last year were able to access school and did not yet have the distractions that our 4th and 5th graders did. So they came in this year and they're pretty prepared. They didn't have huge slides, right? Our K1-2s, K1s learning to do school online was very hard coming back. And then I think 4th and 5th graders were trending towards your middle schoolers, like Ms. Amsters was saying, this tab to that tab to the other tab to like multitasking, maybe lost some of what they could have learned because they were shifting so much. Bottom line, kids are doing similarly to how they did last year. They're coming in this year similarly prepared to the previous year, which when we looked at last year compared to the year prior, we were so concerned about between March and June what happened. Our data were pretty consistent and similar. Academically speaking, we don't have huge concerns. Yes, we need to make adjustments. Yes, we need to focus on differentiation. No, there isn't a huge opportunity gap district-wide where we have to talk about catching up and accelerating. We don't want to let our foot off the gas pedal, so to speak, because we need to make sure we kind of ensure kids get all the skills they're supposed to and don't get shortchanged in the long run. Chris is going to talk to you a little bit about Sabres, including what it is and what we're doing with it.
Hi, everybody. Hello. See you all. So I am really excited to be talking to you guys about what is happening in our world of social emotional learning. And the most exciting part is the fact that we launched our SEL screener just a few weeks ago. The window just closed, I believe it was November 8th, and we got data on about 75% of our students. And just like what we were seeing with our other data with reading and math, when we look at this graph here, we can see that 88% of our students are in this low risk category. So historically, we've been getting a lot of our climate data from things like California Healthy Kids. So we're getting our 5th and 7th graders, we're getting data from that. And now we're getting to get to a very granular place. We can look at how we're doing district-wide. As you can see here, low to no risk, 88% of our students. And then below that is 12% of our students are in the some to high risk. And that really is 10% some risk, 2% high risk. And our counselors are diving into the data and looking at it and being able to see who are those students who we need to make sure are on our radar. And this data is validating what the good work that they've launched this year. They know who they need to support. They know the students that they can bring together into a tier 2 small group support. And they're using the data to validate what they have been doing, but also to shape what they're doing moving forward. And to continue talking about our wonderful counselors, we're going to look at the different ways in which we have been able to support our students. So this is my 5th year in the district, and we have always been a district that has talked about educating the whole child. And these are not just words on paper, but there are initiatives and there are programs that are in place that are supporting that goal of ours. One is our counselors, being able to have counselors out there working together with their school communities and building those relationships with everybody so they can make sure that as our students are coming back to us after being home, we don't know what they're carrying. We don't know what our students emotionally have carried with us or with them into the school. And because we have our counselors there, they started the year, all of them focusing on relationships and doing that not only through our district adopted curriculum of Second Step, but we also have been implementing Character Strong. And Character Strong is something that the counselors are using. It's a really engaging curriculum that focuses on relationship building, focuses on how to identify emotions and what are our emotions telling us. And they're doing that from our TK all through 8th grade. We also are looking at supporting our students behaviorally. We're bringing back PBIS. It was even still there when we were learning online, but now that we're back on campus, we have to reteach our students what it means to behave while on campus. What are those expected behaviors? And even so, things have changed. What it means to be safe in fall of 2019 is a little bit different than what it is now. So our school sites and their leadership teams have been working really hard, again, in conjunction with their counselors, to implement their really strong frameworks for behavior. And then last but not least, we're also looking to support our students in staying safe from COVID and being able to really understand what our viral load is as a community. And thanks to Superintendent DeGuara, making sure that we took advantage of those grants out there from CDPH. We implemented the pool testing. I think we're rounding the corner on like week 10, 11 of having our weekly pool testing at all of our sites and even at the district office. And throughout all that time, we've had 3 positive pools district-wide at all our sites and the district office. And those testers have become part of our school community. The kids know them very well. And it's just been a great way for us to have that weekly peace of mind that we're good. Our students are safe, we're moving forward. We are really fortunate to have health offices that are filled with very wonderful, amazing LVNs and health office assistants who are making sure that when our students come through that health office, that if they're showing symptoms, they go through the symptom checkers. They went through the training through CDPH for the Abbott Buy Next Now kits, so we can test the students that way also. But they're working in conjunctions with the sites and following up when Concentric isn't there doing the pool testing. So we have lots of different ways in which we are making sure that our students are coming back to our sites really ready and prepared and safe in many ways, socially, behaviorally, and also just with their physical health also.
Cool. And then it's been a busy fall. We had our first learning day on September 20th, which seemed like a great idea early on, and in the throes of it, it felt really, really early because we started school a week later. So we started on August 25th and we had our first learning day on September 20th. It was a great thing. We offered up a menu of activities for teachers. We kept it 100% distance. They got to choose between attending trainings for tech platforms, so better using Newsella, figuring out how to use Nearpod in person. It's something that they relied heavily upon in distance, but maybe didn't know how they could use it in the classroom still, even if kids don't have their own devices open all the time. There were, I want to say 3 sessions by Talia around reading and writing workshops that were highly lauded. Principals-led sessions. We had a menu where folks got to choose from live, I don't want to say live, synchronous learning that was via Zoom, synchronous opportunities, as well as asynchronous opportunities, as well as site-based time, so that there was just kind of a cacophony of professional development. We sent out a survey as we always do, and generally speaking, the folks who attended their sessions all said it was useful to very useful. There's always somebody who says their sessions were terrible. They tend to be the minority. They continue to be the minority. The ones who said a session they attended was not good was in the single digits. So it was a good timing. I think people needed a little bit of a break. They got to focus in on instruction. They got to learn a little bit about the various tools that we use. I just had my Newsella meeting. We were looking at usage reports immediately after the training day. There was a spike in usage. So you do see the PD transferring to the classroom, which is always a good thing when you pay for someone to come and train. What we have decided for January 3rd is a little bit different. I think you're used to me showing you our menu and all the different options and telling you how we're going to plan for people. Our professional development planning committee this year, made up of 3 teachers and 2 administrators and me, decided that this year for January, we are going to do site-based professional development. The principals and their team of site-based teacher leaders are going to determine what they are going to do during their time. So we've heard a little bit from, I've started hearing from principals. It's not a free-for-all, but there's going to be some training around Mosaic Project. There's going to be some morale boosting time. There's going to be some focus on mental health, with some support from San Mateo County Office of Ed. There will be some work around youth truth, which is, we heard from Principal Hanson Vera last month.
all of our sites we've arranged contracts for all of our sites. So there's going to be a bit of a launch on January 3rd around Youth Truth. And then really what's most important is our teachers are going to be able to work with their site leaders to say, this is where we are as a school. This is what we need. Because the one piece year after year after year, when we do feedback on PD is, it's like the homework question. Is there too much? Is there too little? Is it just right? And you basically have a third of people split. When we're planning for 7 schools on 9 grade levels and almost 300 staff, it is very difficult to differentiate in a way that everybody has something meaningful to them in their department. I think breaking it down to the site level where the principals know their teachers, they know their school initiatives, they know their needs, we'll be able to better address and hopefully see that teachers find it very meaningful. That's what's coming up. And now, look, questions?
I was wondering with the professional development days, I know in the past it was timed so that some of the middle school teachers could work with the high school teachers. Was that helpful and is that continuing?
We've tried to do that in the past. It's a little bit tricky because our days don't align with theirs all the time. And sometimes they do. So we have been able to send our middle school teachers, I think, twice over to the high school district for articulation in the January day. But the January day for Sequoia this year, I believe, is a holiday, not a professional development day. So when they don't align, that doesn't work so well. There's definitely been a request for some articulation. And so we're going to work that out with the principals kind of at a local level. There's definitely ways for us to do that. I think our visit to Carlmont is going to be really helpful because then our principals take back and kind of figure out what's the appropriate way to do that. I think it's really beneficial to see what other people are doing and to see what we're preparing our kids for. But I also think it can be dangerous if we become mini high schools and mini middle schools. What I don't want to end up happening is I'm preparing you for, so I'm holding you to these much higher standards that maybe aren't developmentally appropriate. So knowing where they're going and then mapping out how we get there is a really good thing. We just have to be careful with it.
So I have a couple. The first question has to do with the assessments.
Yeah.
And the huge apparent discrepancy between Fontes and Fennell and SRI when it comes to presumably reading. And especially within that 6th through 8th cohort. If you look at the F&P data, it looks like we're failing our students. And if you look at the SRI data, it looks like we are the best district in the world. So how do you explain that discrepancy? Is it a time issue that F&P takes longer to administer versus the other? Is it skill issue? Is it a buy-in issue? Is it that their children struggle with F&P assessments and they do great with SRIs? How do you explain that?
I think you hit the nail on the head as to why we have to have multiple measures. One single measure is never going to give you a full picture of what a child actually can do. I was looking back because last time I was here, we showed you the CAST data and the overall performance for our 6th, 7th, and 8th graders did not dip significantly. That is another standardized metric when we compare our kids against others in the area and others in the state. Our kids across the district are doing really well. The SRI is a Lexile indicator, which measures mostly vocabulary and fluency. Whereas the Fountas and Pinnell, particularly when you get into 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, and you're reading books at levels RST, like XYZ, all the way at the end of the kind of leveling scale, it is a little bit decoding and a little bit vocabulary, but it's mostly comprehension based. Whereas SRI is lightly comprehension based. There are comprehension questions, but it's mostly a measure of your fluency in reading. They cannot be taken as a singular metric of how kids are doing because they only give you one sliver of performance. So I think part of that is the 2 different measures give you very different pieces of information. We do not give our kids SRI and Fountas and Pinnell. That's a kind of individual educator choice. They have access to it, but our teachers who give the F&P feel like it gives them much better understanding of what the kids are actually struggling with. And when you get to 6th, 7th, and 8th, it's not so much decoding. It really is nuanced reading skills and reading between the line and making inferences and making judgments as you read, which I think F&P actually gives us a better picture of. I think the key, though, is to look at the end of year data. Every year when we look at our end of year data, our kids district-wide, even when we spread it out by grade level, and we look at the small group of kids in 6th, 7th, and 8th who take the Fountains and Pinnell, we get 70% plus meeting or exceeding grade level standards. I think this is a blip in, we haven't really assessed them for a long time in person. They probably don't remember how to do the assessment that well. And then I'm just getting to know my teacher. It is concerning, but like I said, I almost didn't want to put it, but then I thought, this is what it is. Let's look at it. Let's talk about it. The data are what they are, right? Like, it's concerning, but it's not so shocking that we're super concerned.
Okay.
I mean, there are other factors too, right? Like, it's one school that happens to have a much higher percentage of kids with IEPs represented. So some of those kids in the red and yellow band are kids that we know have specific learning disabilities in reading. And we have some new students who are new to us, which when you only have 40 kids in a grade level, completely changes your percentage. Right?
Yeah. Kristen, I was wondering if you could give us a little bit more insight as to the social emotional assessment of the children. So we said that we had assessed roughly, or the data was inclusive of roughly 75% of our students.
Correct.
But that means 25% and roughly 1,000 of our students are not represented in that data set. And this help me understand what that means. Does that mean that they haven't been assessed yet, or the data just is there, but it hasn't been incorporated? Because one view of that might be if they're, for instance, our 25% of our students are incorporated into that data set. If it was all on the bottom end, it would change our percentages towards 30% of our students, roughly speaking, being in trouble. If it's on the top end, it doesn't really change anything. It's a 3% change, perhaps. And if its distribution is the same, well, it's same.
Right.
And so, but depending on where those kids settle, it really sort of changes our view of how well our kids are doing. So I guess I'm trying to understand, why is that data missing, and what do you think that represents?
So this is the first window that we've ever opened with the SEL data. And we had some teachers who were inputting data after the window closed, so it didn't get included into this window. So that's part of it. Again, just like F&P and the other measurements that we use, it's one measurement for us to get an overall picture of how our students are doing. And because we have staff, teachers, and counselors that are so in tune with what's happening on the ground, that yes, I would like it to be closer to the 100%, but I know we're going to get there with that next window.
Yeah.
And I also am really confident in the skills of our counselors and what it is that they are seeing, what they are partnering with teachers in addressing the needs that are coming up within the classroom. And that we meet about twice a month as a counseling team. And we discuss exactly what we're seeing, what are we seeing on our sites that are site trend, grade level trend, district-wide trends. So I'm not concerned right now that we're missing a whole chunk of kids that are more in the high to some risk. I know that with the next window, we're going to get more participation.
The second piece to this is there is a student facing. So the Savers piece that is here is the teacher reporting out. So our teachers reported and they turned in enough data. I mean, when I pulled the data, it was 75%. I think we're at 78%. It's still not as high as we want it to be.
Sure.
The 6th, 7th, and 8th graders are at something like 95% participation across the district where they took the My Savers. The My Savers is from the student perspective. And I mean, we couldn't have planted data any better. We didn't pull that because it was only a subset of kids. But for the 6th, 7th, and 8th graders, the principals, that's who decided we wanted to make sure did it. Their self-reporting is the exact same percentage fallout, 88, 10, and 2. It's uncanny how that worked. But the counselors and Kristen looked through the data for the middle schoolers, for the self-reporters, to see if there are any kids who are not on the radar. I mean, the teacher reporting, the kids on the radar are already on the radar because the teachers are reporting, right? But for the students to answer questions about how often do I feel sad? How often do I argue with people? How often do I have difficulties with my work?
Yeah.
Those 12% of students that showed up on the list when the counselors looked, they looked down because they can look individual students. Every single one of them was a child that was already on their radar.
Okay.
There was one child that was new to the counselor who immediately jumped on it to follow up. That's the power of this. We want to be able to catch the kids that are feeling and not presenting what they're feeling. Because the ones the teachers are saying I have concerns about are naturally the ones that show up in that 12%.
Sure.
But I
That
think
may be a more extroverted child rather than a more introverted child.
exactly. So we did 6th, 7th, and 8th in this first go around. We had some teacher leaders say, I want to try it with my students, my younger students, because My Savers is available 2 through 12. We didn't make it mandatory this first time around. I think we're going to ask everybody to have their students do it in the second go around. This is a learning, right? Like we can't just keep throwing things on teachers. We have to show them, here's the data, here's the assessment. It's not as bad as you think it's going to be.
Yeah.
Now we're going to take the data and here's how we're giving you resources and supports based on the data so that there's that natural feedback loop of, oh, there's a reason for this. And it's not just something going into, the black abyss and nobody looks at it. So slowly ramping this up, I think those two pieces together make both of us feel pretty confident that even though that's 75% of our students, it's a pretty fair representation of what's happening in our district right now.
Okay, that's really helpful to understand. Thank you so much.
Other questions?
Well, I had a question about, the kindergartners, coming in and they're already meeting and exceeding standards, although there was a difference between the 2 years. I guess is that an indication then of the level of preschool that our kids are going to? And perhaps there was a little bit less of preschool during the pandemic. I don't know.
Hard to say. It's one piece of data. I do think overall, this is a holistic kind of judgment after walking schools, talking to people. Our kids are okay academically. Where we're finding the most need for extra attention is the social component. Right? It's a little bit behavioral, it's a little social, but it really is about, I was the center of attention and I was maybe in a household with one other child, maybe 2 other children. On the rare case, maybe there were 3 other kids at home with me, but my parents basically got me what I needed when I needed, and I didn't have to wait for anything. Whereas now I'm back in class and I'm one of 25, I'm one of 30. And I haven't really learned how to wait my turn. I haven't really learned or practiced how to share and how to share in space. And I look at my own daughter and the mess that is her desk when she went back to school in March last year. That was what her teacher talked to me about, her inability to keep everything on her own space. And I think that's what our children are really struggling with. How to be part of 25. So taking the time to build relationships, to teach routines, to play games so that we learn how to then take turns again. The thing that you could not replicate at home, unless you happen to have 5 kids at home, is what we really are focusing on for our kiddos right now. The academics will come. They're prepared. They've been reading at home. They've been playing games. They've been doing flashcards. I mean, they probably are academically better prepared than normal because there's been so much involvement at home. But the piece that people can't replicate without other peers and without the school system is the group dynamic. And that's really what we're seeing. And I think really focusing in on collecting the data, responding with our counselors, focusing on the tier 1 social emotional behavioral piece is how we're going to get over that hump. And then and maybe it's Pollyanna, but I think by the time January comes and we do our second round of assessments, we're going to see that academic jump.
And we're not even going to worry about the 2 to 3 percentage point dips that we're seeing across the board right now. Going slow to go fast. That's our theory of action.
And I will say that Ching Pei and her team never go slow, but yet they go super fast. Just so many things coming at the Ed Services team really stepped up to make sure that all of our teachers and staff feel supported. So thank you both. And
It is a team effort.
and I roped Krista into the testing centric ish, and she's done a fantastic job helping make sure that vision comes to life. So thank
She's
you.
Ed Services / wellness.
Yeah.
So it all fits together.
Thank you guys so
Yeah,
much.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want me to leave this for whoever's next or?
Thanks.
Okay, so up next. No, I
No,
think there's an
effectiveness,
educator
414.
effectiveness public hearing.
That is
Yes.
me.
You.
Yep. Okay, great. So one of the funding sources that was announced in the spring is a educator effectiveness block grant. So as a district, we are receiving $763,305 for spending through 2026. So it's crossing several years. And the goal of this is to support professional learning for certificated teachers, administrators, paraprofessionals, and certificated staff. And specifically, supporting them through 10 possible areas. So one is coaching and mentoring of staff serving in an instructional setting, as well as beginning teacher or administrator induction. 2 is programs that lead to effective standards-aligned instruction in core subjects. 3 is practices and strategies that re-engage pupils and lead to accelerated learning. 4 is strategies to implement social and emotional learning. 5, practices to create a positive school climate. 6 is strategies to improve inclusive practices. 7 is instruction and education to support implementing effective language acquisition programs. 8 is new professional learning networks. 9 is strategies to incorporate ethnic studies curricula, and 10 is strategies for educators in early childhood education or childhood development. So what you see in front of you is a first draft for a public hearing and feedback before a final adoption. But Assistant Superintendent Hu and I have been working together, and of these priorities, we felt that the 4 most important ones for us to focus are around teacher induction supports, TK credentialing and professional development supports. This is particularly as we start phasing in universal TK. We feel like this is a great use of this educator effectiveness grant. Additional coaching of staff, and then finally SEL training and curriculum investment. Some of that right now is being funded by one-time grants. So this is a great way to continue some of the things that we identify as working. So again, this is a public hearing for comments, questions, and input, and then we'll come back with a final plan, more detailed plan at the next board meeting.
So the 1 through 10 is the things that we may spend the
Correct.
grant on.
Yeah.
And so some of this may be more applicable to a high school district than it is to an elementary school district.
That's exactly right.
and
Yep.
Vice versa.
Yep. Exactly.
So I guess I should open up the public hearing. Okay. All right, I am opening up the public hearing at 8:28. And seeing that there are no public comments, I will close the public hearing at 28. Okay. Any comments from fellow?
No, just you did it.
All righty,
Let's get that money and.
let's get the money.
Let's get that money.
Let's get the money.
Go to Applebee's.
The next agenda item is, I think, also CB about, right? And
That's correct.
Child Nutrition Services.
Yep. And I will grab that clicker for this. Thank you. So the annual child nutrition report is usually a time to kind of report out on the operations and financials of our lunch program the previous year. Doing something a little bit different this year and covering a bit of this year as well, because obviously our program radically transformed this year. So one of the big goals of this report is just to report out on our compliance. So
In short, there are a number of nutritional standards for lunch programs. One of the ways that we ensure that is that we have a vended meals contract. So this would be much trickier to implement if we were cooking and sourcing our own food. We have essentially outsourced that through our contract with Lunch Masters. An operations overview. So I really want to give a shout out to the team listed over here in the blue box, which over the past 12 months have really run 3 separate and very different lunch programs. That was also different from the lunch program. So they've really run 4 different lunch programs in the last year and a half. There was the traditional lunch program. Then, of course, we had our 5-day meal kits that were available. We were early in distance learning. That then shifted a little bit when we received the waiver to operate under seamless summer. So then our volume increased. And then finally, the seamless summer bit continued. And this fall, we returned to in-person lunch distribution during the school day, but at a much higher volume, which I'll get back to in a second. Earlier, I started talking about compliance and nutritional standards. Given the pandemic, there are a number of waivers that are available that we have applied for to increase flexibility. So I won't read them in detail, but essentially the big one, as most people know, is seamless summer. The extension of that is what allows us to provide free meals to all students, regardless of income eligibility. And allows a higher reimbursement rate than the National School Lunch Program. There is also a waiver to allow for some exceptions to the nutritional standards in the case of supply chain issues. Some of these did come up in the pandemic, not too much, but there were, a couple times where, for instance, we had more chocolate milk than milk, more fruits than vegetables, things like that. And then finally, a waiver for allowing what's called non-congregate meal service. So this is what allows us to do grab and go. And we did continue this just to have that flexibility for this year, even though we are serving on campus in congregate settings. Challenges. So one thing, of course, is we have increased demand due to, universal free lunch, combined with constrained supply chain. So our partners, Lunch Masters, are finding themselves having to serve more lunches to their partners than ever before, while facing higher costs. So they have had to raise their costs a little bit and cut back on things that they used to provide us sort of for free, such as trays and stuff. And we've kind of incurred the cost of adding those. Of course, the significant increase in the volume of lunch served. And then the increased access to free meals. So this is phenomenal, right? Like, it's great that all students have a free meal. It really eases the burden. I think previously there may have been families who didn't technically qualify, but were just north of that line. However, it does come into tension, the fact that it makes it harder to identify families who do qualify for free or reduced price lunch, because now they're able to receive that regardless of turning in the paperwork. So, a double-edged sword, largely great for families. A bit of a data comparison. So the number of meals that we have served in September district-wide in 1920 was 13,825. Last year was 1,665. This is, of course, an outlier. We were in distance learning. Families had to drive to school and pick it up. September of this year, we served 39,430 lunches. So that's a 3x increase compared to 1920. And we see that number continuing to go up month by month, the number of meals that we're serving. We're able to support this volume with the same staffing model because of waiver 85, the seamless summer option. So previously, you actually have to track very specifically which students took a lunch. This is for both reimbursement purposes, and of course, if you were because families were paying for their lunch, so we kind of really needed to keep that trail. Now we only need to report a tally of meals served. So our nutrition team no longer have to track anything other than at the very end of it, they count the number of meals left because we know how many were delivered. So it cuts down on the paperwork, allowing for more focus on just the distribution of lunch. Free reduced price lunch qualification. So here's a table of our enrollment and the percent by school of families who qualify for free or reduced lunch. And, if you look school by school, there's an increase at 2, decrease at 5, district-wide, it's an overall decrease. And there's a couple reasons why this might be happening. One, of course, is the fact that in some ways the incentive has gone away to turn in this paperwork, which again is great. Those one less piece of work for those families is great news for them. There's another possibility, which is just that population is actually dropping, that the pandemic might perhaps forced a lot of these families to move to a different district, is another possibility. But overall, right now, our free or reduced lunch percentage is about 6.9%. So revenue detail, and this is obviously a very interesting story, kind of looking at our revenue relative to previous years. And I have included our year to date right now, just as some comparison context, right? You'll see that our reimbursements have gone up this year so far. As of October, we are already higher on reimbursement than we have in previous entire years. And this is because we're now getting reimbursements for so many students. That red box there is the revenue that we would get from paying lunches, which of course has dropped to zero. And it's worth noting those two don't quite offset each other, I think is going to be one important thing to realize, because we're being reimbursed at the cost of the meal, whereas before we were charging slightly higher than the cost of the meal. And that means that the trend is that our overall revenue is going down. Our expenses also have a bit of a more interesting story this year, because some of our one-time funding have allowed us to shift things like our staffing to our general fund. And so while this chart previously has been exclusively Fund 13, which is for child nutrition, I've added in italics the amount of nutrition-related expenses that were actually shifted to the general fund. So nutrition clerks, we shift continuing to provide lunch during the pandemic was something that our CARES Act allowed us to do. So that expense was shifted along with the benefits, as well as, we subsidized reduced lunch students. We actually subsidized a bit of free lunch students because we were offering a meal that cost more than the reimbursement that we actually got. So that subsidy was also moved to the general fund. And so how this nets out is, overall for last year, Fund 13 had a surplus, but mostly because $210,000 of expenses were shifted out of Fund 13. So overall, I think there's a lot of opportunities with the changes that have come. We're fundamentally operating in a different meal program. And again, this is, ultimately great for our families and, a great thing that California has done. Our team has been incredibly adaptive, and I think that's going to do well when we think about moving forward, which is that next year, universal meals across the state of California, including addition of the school breakfast program. So in terms of what next, currently we are researching potential models for breakfast implementation, both understanding making sure we understand the guidelines, as well as thinking through the model of how that's going to be done, making sure that we're researching any anticipated challenges to that. And there's likely going to need to be some infrastructure changes to allow for that. So right now our lunches get delivered, early in the morning, and then there's rules around kind of refrigeration and heat. Breakfast will end up having to be delivered the night before. So we have a higher responsibility for some of those temperature compliance pieces. We'll be soliciting some site input around our potential models. Cabinet and the principals will be working together to find a system for how we're going to deliver breakfast, and refining that. And then in the spring, we'll be finalizing that model as well as our vendor. So that is the child nutrition report. Any questions? Yes.
So on the breakfast at one of the brown bags that we went to, specifically at Redwood Shores Elementary, we were getting some feedback and input about concerns about breakfast and how to deal with the logistics of that for next year. So I'm glad that you're soliciting site input. I hope that the folks who are actually on the ground doing that will also be part of that discussion.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I will say CBO Bao and her team, specifically Allison, were out at sites during those first, I was going to say days, but it was actually weeks, supporting the teams, developing new processes, figuring out new ways to help our students get through those lines in efficient ways. And balance that out. But definitely some more work there as we implement breakfast. But lots of work went into making that transition to 3X
yeah, we made sure to literally be serving lunches that first week so we could see any of these operational challenges and also be there to assure, our nutrition team is well trained in compliance, and compliance has changed, but some of those things around, tracking exactly which student feel so ingrained. And I think, we were there to say, like, we really don't, you can just let them grab it and just let them go, so we'll definitely continue to do that. Yes.
Yeah, I had a few questions. Earlier on, you said we're serving more lunches, but the cost is going up. Typically with most things, there's an economy of scale. The more you make, the cheaper it gets, but it seems a little counterintuitive.
So yeah, it's just that the cost of just literally like sourcing a, apple or whatever, is going up because of shipping costs going up. And so Lunch Masters has done their best to not pass that on, but that there is a reality that the logistics are just getting harder. We've run into things like just a shortage on ketchup packets, on hot dog day, a shortage of kind of trays, which, especially the younger kids really need that tray to hold everything. That involves a literal run out to Costco to get some paper plates so that they can have something. So a lot of these kind of supply chain shortages you're hearing of all over, they often manifest in increased costs.
Okay, got it. And then you mentioned there was a shift of expenses from 13 to the general fund. Is that just a one-time thing based on it? And so next year?
Yeah, well, so it's, I kept saying one time became two time because it's also this year that of course our COVID related funding. But yes, ultimately, prior to the pandemic, we were running a lunch program that largely broke even, again, because we were charging a little bit higher and that covered our overhead. Since we cannot cover overhead and we're getting reimbursed at the rate of the meals, this now means that overhead will become a net cost to the district.
And then onto the breakfast. Is that free breakfast, I'm assuming? Okay.
Correct.
And I understand you're still in the planning phases, but what type of options do they have? Because, kids, if they're taking the bus, they're getting there. Is there going to be a dedicated time?
That's exactly the trade. The before the bell or after the bell is the key trade-off.
Okay. Oh, a lot of planning to do on that. So good luck. Yeah. Thanks for clarification.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the decrease in the percentage of the free and reduced lunch, if you exclude the kinders, seems that we would probably have the data on who our free and reduced lunch applicants were from prior years and if there is just still in the district or not. In other words, is it possible to go back and suss through that information and figure out who's applied for that in the past, who may have not applied for it this year, to get a sense of, hey, by the way, we can help you fill out this.
Yeah, so as far as collecting the paperwork goes, we did actually specifically send targeted individual emails and phone calls and mails and physical mail. So there's a broad one that goes out, and then anybody who was eligible in the last 3 years and was still in our district, we sent out targeted messages to 3 times, I believe. So we definitely did make that effort. I think there's also, from an equity perspective, it does feel weird to continue to ask, these families to do additional work that other families aren't doing. But we followed up with that. I haven't done the specific analysis to look at how much of that is retention versus like leaving the district versus didn't turn in their form. So that's certainly something we could look at.
Well, I think that's it. Yeah, I really appreciate your work on this, and it's been a lot this year because I know that initially there was a lot of lines and kind of confusion at the beginning of the year, but I think it's all settled down.
Yeah, I'll, on the note of collaboration, which we were talking about earlier, I'll give a shout out to Principal Adler at Ralston, who of course has the largest volume and developed a color coding system that's been replicated across a lot of sites, because, she developed a great system that was shared across the district. So shout out to her for helping with that.
Good. Thank you. And then let's see. We already did 1617, so now we are up to the board policy, 7211 developer fees, first reading.
Still Rudy.
Again, talking endlessly. So the policy and the AR was last reviewed in 2015. And that time, that policy was extremely high level. And so the CSBA recommended updates basically spell out in greater detail the steps that the board will take prior to establishing, increasing, or imposing developer fees. It actually really just kind of, it matches the policy with the previous AR a little bit. With as well as some minor updates to phrasing. So it's largely like syntax, a couple additional requirements pertaining to public disclosure, which we have done. Yeah, it was just a quick update and spelling things out in greater detail for developer fees.
I have a question about this policy. Is this so we had an existing policy.
Yep.
That you said was really high level. This is quite detailed. And this is an optional policy though, right?
I believe
Yes.
it is optional. Yes, optional, but recommended. Yep.
So just, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, so I was gonna say, so our approach, so we, the board had authorized a developer fee study. Our approach is perfectly in line with this. And so it felt like a, reasonable update to say, well, this is a recommended policy. While optional, we are following all of it anyway. So, from a pure outside in perspective, you can sort of almost feel higher confidence in the process that we're going through by seeing that this policy has been adopted. We behaviorally are not changing anything because of this policy. It's all steps that we are following anyway.
Right. I think the only concern I would have is in general, I think there's a tendency to want to have only have policies when there's sort of the need to have the policy, right? Because we don't need to have policies on everything. There's certain things that are spelled out by practice. And because when you have a board policy, it's sort of like the rule or the law. So that's only my concern about it, is that I'm just trying to understand, is it necessary to have this if we already have that in practice?
Yeah. So part of our rationale for recommending it is, I think it just helps legitimize our process a little bit. There actually have been a couple of lawsuits pertaining to developer fees and the methodology. And so this gives us an even stronger case for, like, we're definitely in compliance with all of it. And for what it's worth, the main lawsuit, I'm forgetting what it's called, was not in compliance with this policy. So.
And all of the detail of this that's the language that CSBA recommends.
Correct.
Correct? Okay, so we haven't really altered any of that. Okay.
This policy was verbatim. This was one that was verbatim from CSBA.
I guess there's different options, and that's why you cross out the options, not.
Yeah, these actually, so it's partially the red lines and CSBA's tracking mechanisms from the last update.
Oh, okay.
And I know a lot of things that were in past ARs were switched to board policy versus reverse. So there was some of that adjustment too. I will say, I've noticed CSBA in their updates does help us as district leaders ensure that we're always following the most current ed codes and processes that are written into law. Usually in their updates, they have sections that say this is optional or district should pick this or this. So with our current practice, if we have the policy, we're updating it. This was part of the June update. We just held this one aside because we were working through the developer fee study at the time.
Okay. All right. Any other feedback? Okay. I guess this is for first reading, so then it'll come back around on the consent. Okay. Great. So the next item is the 2x2x2 agenda inputs.
Yes, so our 2x2 by 2, us, Redwood City and Belmont are meeting on December 15th. Long time in planning, we finally have a date. So now we just are brainstorming topics for that. Then Kirsten and I will reach out to each constituent group and hone in on that agenda. So I'll just jot down thoughts that the board has for meeting ideas.
I have one thought. I know the city of Belmont is working on a CBRA issue. That might be something worth discussing. I know Redwood City, of course, is already by district elections, but Belmont is not. And might be interesting conversation, get their perspective. Is it something we've been talking about?
Yes.
Definitely.
Well, I had one just related to like traffic, SamTrans and safety. And, you know, as more kids are getting vaccinated, the hope is that more people will use the public transit. I think there was initially concern. So maybe it's a discussion about how we can work together to make sure that families feel safe sending their kids to school on the bus to cut back on some of the traffic that we're seeing. Yeah, and also, I mean, it'll be good to see too with cyclists and cars on the road. The safety and what we can do on that too. Because I've seen some very kind of scary maneuvers, and I feel like crossing guards are a really difficult job. Like, people have forgotten how to take turns on the road too. It's not just the kids forgetting how to take turns.
Kids are usually better at it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's true. I just along the same lines. I mean, now that I have a high schooler, I'm seeing all the traffic jam that happens around Belmont. And one of the exit and entrance is better than the other because it has a stop sign. The other one doesn't. That's the really narrow entrance and exit. And I know that that's been an issue for years, and I'm wondering why, perhaps they've looked at it and there's really nothing that can be done, but it seems like I'm seeing, because fewer kids are going on the bus, there are more cars. It feels like it's worse now. So anyway, that might be something to bring up.
It's also a weird spot because it's right at the San Carlos Belmont border, and
That's
it's
right.
like, who owns that exactly? It's like, it's weird. It's kind of like some of the stuff along Alcold County where the county's responsible for El Camino, and then so nobody's motivated to sort of fix those traffic lights and make sure they sync well.
Right. I just worry, especially, I mean, forget the traffic in terms of cars. I mean, the traffic in terms of kids.
Yeah.
And high schoolers are not paying attention. They just dart out.
Uh-huh. I guess one. Go ahead.
I remember a few years ago, both cities were doing community improvements to their community centers or had plans for community centers. So it might be good to just get an update on where things stand.
Oh, yeah, Belmont, they have their
Yeah, the whole
redevelopment, Parks and Rec redevelopment.
And so did Redwood City.
Mhm.
That's more at the Roy Morton Center. So I don't know if it's as accessible to our students, but might be good to understand. You had another.
I was going to say that on the Redwood City side, it would be interesting to have a discussion about bringing up the little services that we get from the SROs from that group. Whereas on the Belmont side, how do we come to a reasonable pacing of cost mitigation for both parties? And then the other piece on the Belmont side is the pit,
the one.
the Ralston pit.
Oh.
Yes.
How we
Ralston's
work together to
fun.
fix that thing. And others matters
sinkhole
dealing with
thing,
that
right?
field.
The
And
sinkhole.
the sinkhole, and how many kids have gone exploring down there and never to come back. Just saying. We want to get rid of our cost down for pupil. We can throw a few down there and see what happens.
And I will just say on that, Rui's been communicating with the city to determine that responsibility.
God, what a nightmare.
Yeah, we got a crash course
In soil
in
engineering.
soil engineering.
Spelunking.
Spelunk and boxes that go in to make sure that the sides don't go down. Yeah, great. That is probably plenty of topics. I know they'll have some more as well to add.
I did have one that was just about large community events coming out of COVID, because I know it's Save the Music or any other kind of large events. Just trying to get some alignment on protocols and what they're thinking in terms of large scale events.
Yes. So I know, actually, I was reading probably one of the largest large scale events I'm going to be going to is the CSBA conference. And for that large scale, over 1,000 CDBH, guidance is vaccination or testing and being able to verify that. So I know that's in place now, but I think we'll see what takes place. They did talk about on the county call today, a winter surge they're starting to see. But we'll see how long that lasts and encourage vaccination. Yeah. Great.
Lots of stuff to discuss. And then we are close to the end. We're at agenda item 20, future board meeting agenda items.
And we have our next two meetings up, December 9th and January 13th up. And then we have the next one that's not on here is the retreat on the 24th. So as we get closer, we'll brainstorm sessions for the retreat. I think largely looking at strategic plan, mission, vision work is some of the topics for the retreat. But December 9th, we have SARC approvals. We'll have site plans. We'll be finishing up, hopefully, salary schedules for the remainder of groups. And we will have a parcel tax presentation that's not on here from TVWBH that'll talk about our first outreach efforts. We'll summarize the outreach that we've done and the feedback that we've received. And then January 13th, again, contracts, Williams quarterly, agenda still to be fleshed out. One other thing, this looks, we missed a couple.
This is the most current.
Oh, okay. I'm like, what happened? What?
You're like, you don't have, you don't
There
have.
it is. I'm like, there was a lot more on this. Thank you. I was like, yeah. Yes, you see all that stuff on the right. I'm like, oh my God, this isn't looking right. What happened? All the 2x2 updates, parcel tax updates, educator effectiveness grants. And then, of course, the reorganization. December is going to be a full meeting. And then we have principal update again, ed services, parcel tax presentation again. You'll start to see that parcel tax is going to be a pretty predominant placeholder on upcoming agenda items and board policy updates. Anything else there?
Too early to talk about sinkhole updates in a formal way, or are we still gathering information?
We are still gathering information and we didn't agendize a sinkhole update. So I'll add some details in the board update this week.
And then I was wondering, because I know Rahila and I had worked on the equity statement and I know we're socializing it. Is there an opportunity to kind of re-loop on that and discuss the feedback that we're receiving? Because I think it's being socialized at school site councils, is that right?
Actually, we're gonna socialize it via another community gathering
Oh, okay.
with the community. And I'm working with Nicole Anderson to set a date for that, likely early December.
Okay.
Don't have that formalized yet, though.
Okay.
Can we keep the word entitled?
It's tight. Tighter.
Yeah.
No.
No, entitled.
Titled.
Oh, no.
So if that's happening in December, then potentially either
Yes.
January or.
I can add that, definitely.
Okay. Any other updates? All right, good to go on the agenda, and we are not convening to close session again. And so therefore, we can adjourn the meeting. Everyone good? Okay, so meeting adjourned at 9 p.m. Woo-hoo.
Nice.
Have a great evening. That was.
So I still get to gavel. open
No,
the
the
next
gavel
meeting.
closed, though.
Oh, the
I
gavel
don't know.
closed, yeah, next one.
It's coming up.